First, I'm going to season it and put some pepper on it. And I just put pepper on it. But if you want a measurement, you can put, you see how many neck bones I have. And if you want to put like a half a teaspoon or a teaspoon, when you put that half a teaspoon, just see if you want more. And then I have some pure kosher salt that I'm going to put in. And I will say a tablespoon. And halfway through, I'm going to kind of taste it a little bit and see if I need more salt. Now, I'm going to fix string beans with this, and I just left one out for seasoning. And then I'm going to put some garlic powder on it, and also some onion powder, although we're going to add some onion. And just kind of work those seasonings. That's what I do. I just take my hands and just work those seasonings in there. And we may need some more seasoning, but you can always add some seasoning. But if you put too much salt, you have to start all over, rinse it and whatever, So wash my hands up. And what I did is I fixed a little sauce about a week ago, some beloved sauce, and I had some chicken stock, and you can use stock, you can use broth. So I'm going to pour the rest of that, and it's some frozen. Just put that in there. It's going to cook down. Next, what I did is I cut up some bell pepper. A lot of people don't use bell pepper, but I do. I cut up some bell pepper and some onion. And I kind of cubed it. You can cut it the way you want, lengthwise. Or you can cube it. And guys, I'm going to put potatoes in there, but I'm going to let it cook for a couple of hours. Because I don't want my potatoes, and I'm going to use red potatoes. I don't want my potatoes to be just like mush, fall apart. And so I'm going to let this cook for a couple of hours, and then I'm just going to cut up some potatoes, and I'm going to cut the potatoes. They're like this size. So what I'm going to do is cut this in fours, quarter them, and then just lay them on top. Lay it on top of the neck bones. And what I do is after the 2 hours before I put the potatoes in, I'm going to just take the broth and I'm going to stir it around, and then when the potatoes are almost done, like another, when I cook them down some more, what I'm going to do is just spoon some of the broth and just spread it on the potatoes. But I'll show you all that in case you missed it. So I'm going to cook it for 6 hours, and usually your slow cooker will have 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. That I'm going to cook this for 6 hours and show you halfway through what it looks like. Okay, guys, before I start that, I don't think I have enough broth. And I'm going to make a little bit of gravy and pour it in there, just so the sauce will, the juices will thicken up and have that good flavor. But guys, I had some more. I didn't, I use these ice trays and not really for ice. I don't use it for ice. I buy ice, but I use these ice trays for my leftover chicken broth. And what I do, they come out in cubes, and I'm gonna drop a few more cubes. Oops, they don't come out that easy, do they? I'm gonna drop a few more cubes in there, and that way you can keep your chicken broth. You won't waste money. You won't have it in the refrigerator. So, well, I'm not going to need any chicken broth to a while. So just put it in an ice cube. And they supposed to come out easier than this. But anyway, you get my drift. Okay, I'll put that in. I can always put more in. But anyway, I just wanted to show you one of my quick tricks and tips that I use. Okay, guys, I'm going to make a little bit of gravy and put it in the slow cooker with the neck bones. So I have like not quite a couple of, well, like a couple of tablespoons. And I kind of use this spoon. And I didn't measure, evenly. So that's what I came up with. And I don't want it too thick. So that's why I'm not using a whole lot of flour. And I'm just going to put a little bit of salt, a dash of salt. Also, a dash of garlic powder, because I use those seasonings already for the neck bones. And I use chicken stock, or you can use broth. Next, I'm going to use a dash of onion salt. Powder. Not salt, powder. And I'm going to use a dash of pepper. And just kind of mix it up a little bit. And basically, I'm going to brown that. Okay, so it's getting to the brown that I want it to be. And you want to do this soon after you put on your neck bones. So it won't have that floury taste. It will take on the taste of the liquid that's in the neck bone. So I think I want, okay, that's a good brown. So I took about 5 of these out of the slow cooker. And now I'm going to pour it. Be careful because it's hot and bubbly. I'm going to pour it into the flour that I'm going to put a little bit. Now, you don't have to do this. I do it for a little bit more flavoring. When I make bacon, and it's not often, but when I do make bacon, I save the grease. So I'm going to put like maybe a teaspoon, not a heaping teaspoon, just a teaspoon of that bacon fat. I'm going to turn the heat down really low. Make sure that you get, that's a piece of onion. I can leave that in. And I'm just gonna blend it until the bacon grease kind of incorporates into the gravy. And that's the perfect color that I wanted. I'll turn the heat off. And guys, this is how it should look. And I'm just gonna pour this into the slow cooker. And the salt, well, it will be have a gravy consistency, maybe a little lighter than that, but we don't want it heavy, and we don't want the consistency heavy. So I'm just gonna pour this into the slow cooker. And guys, I'm holding the tripod instead of adjusting it. This is how it's going to look. Now, I just put the potatoes in their whole. I decided to leave them in whole so they would be intact. And after 6 hours, they're gonna be done. And I won't have to worry about them just falling apart too much. But that's how they look so far. And I've stirred it a little bit. Um, So we'll let them cook some more. Okay, guys, this cooked for 6 hours, and it may look like some are missing and some are. I was so hungry. I mean, I just couldn't wait. So I had my dinner and I ate these neck bones. And then I said, ooh, I didn't even show everyone the finished project. And as you can see, I put the whole red potatoes in, and the consistency of them is just, perfect, just perfect. And then there's plenty of juice for the potatoes. Oops. There's plenty of juice for the potatoes, and I put the onions and the bell pepper, guys. But I just wanted you to see how it turned out. Okay, it's fogging up because it's too close to the heat. But there you go. There you go. I mean, guys, they turned out perfect. The seasoning is on point. I like them with hot sauce. And then I made some cornbread. And guys, I'm like hit and miss with cornbread, but I made the best cornbread in my little cast iron skillet. Let me just show you. Okay, the cornbread is just, I mean, it's beautiful, beautiful cornbread. And the taste was pouring on. And guys, I usually don't measure. So, okay, this looks right, that looks right. This is a teaspoon, this is a tablespoon, put egg, put my oil in, put it in the oven for about 5 minutes to heat the oil, pour a little oil in the cornbread mix, and I don't use mix. I made this from scratch. Stir it up, put it back in the skillet, put it in the oven 400 degrees, and just until it browns like this. But anyway, guys, thank you for joining me, and I am going to have me probably a second helping later on. So like I said before, if I invite anyone who has not subscribed to my channel, please do so now and hit that notification bell. And I'll see you next time, and have a good evening. Good night. Hello, everyone. My name is Marilyn Gill, and thank you for joining me today. And before I get started with my peach cobbler recipe, I invite everyone who has not subscribed to my channel. You can do that now and click the notification bell. Now, listen, guys, I used fresh peaches. You can use canned, but I got 4 cups, maybe a little bit less, but the recipe calls for 4 cups. And I put a half a cup of water. Now, when I use the canned peaches, they have the syrup in the canned peaches. So use that and it will be more flavorful. Now, the recipe altogether has 2 cups of sugar, but I'm going to use for the cooking of the peaches, I'm going to use 1 cup. There you go. And then I'm going to mix it well. And I'm supposed to bring this to a boil. Guys, I'm going to put a little bit more water in here. I know it calls for half a cup, but if I think it's too juicy, too much water, I can always not put all of it in there. But I'm going to put a little bit more. And I put it in the cup that I use the sugar so it can grab the rest of that sugar. Okay, guys, I'm going to put, I would say a tablespoon. You can use more or less, but I like mine to be real cinnamony. Then I'm going to put about 3/4 to a 3/4 teaspoon or even more. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to stir it. Okay, it came to a boil. I'm going to turn it down a little bit and I'm going to let that simmer. I like my peaches a little more cooked when they're fresh peaches. It calls for 10 minutes, but I let it cook more. So I'm going to do it like 13 to 15 minutes. It's supposed to simmer. So let me cut that down. Okay. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to you can use vanilla extract, pure vanilla extract, but I like to use vanilla bean paste. And it has the seeds, but you know what? Don't worry about that. They're small and it's going to blend in. So I'm going to take this little cap off. Turn that down a little bit more. It's supposed to simmer. Okay. I'm going to use about a teaspoon. And that's going to be really good, that vanilla paste. Okay, you guys, this recipe, instead of a crust, is going to be a batter. And to make this batter rise, you're going to need self-rising flour. I don't have any because I don't flour. So I'm going to show you how to make your own self-rising flour. So you need a cup of flour. Okay. And you need 2 teaspoons of baking powder. Oh, let's see. Okay, so I'm going to put 2 teaspoons of baking powder. Okay, where's my teaspoon? I have measuring teaspoons, but I don't want to just waste time using it. So I'm going to level this off. Okay, and then we're going to use a half a teaspoon of salt. Okay, I put all the ingredients, and what you're going to do is take a whisk and just whisk it and blend it all in. That's my timer for my peaches. Okay, guys, what I did was I put 8 tablespoons of butter, and I'm going to put that in the oven to melt. And while it's hot, I'm going to spoon in the batter that I'm going to make. So I'm going to make the batter now. Okay, guys, and what I did to make the batter, I used the flour, and I needed a half or more, another half a cup of flour for the recipe. So what I did, the salt and the baking powder that I used half of that and whisked it and stirred it around. So I put the 1.5 cup of flour, the self-rising flour. I used 1 cup of sugar, and I used a cup of, let me see, was that a cup? A cup of milk. And it's going to be this consistency. See how that is? And I put the butter, or I used Smart Balance or any butter substitute. I put that in the oven to melt. Okay. So right now, just make sure it's not lumpy. So that's fine. Okay. So the butter is nice and hot. And what I'm going to do is pour the batter into the melted butter. I'm going to pour that in there, and hopefully that self-rising flour will do its job. If not, we're going to have a big old mess. So, those of you who do not trust that, go on and buy self-rising. You will not see this if it didn't work out. If you're looking at it, it turned out. Then what we're going to do is we're going to spoon the fruit, the peaches. You can use any kind of fruit, blueberry, blackberry. If you want to do that, that's fine. But for those who want some peach cobbler, see that's going to be good. Those who want peach cobbler, this is going to be great. And for those of you who do not know how to make crust, or if you like me and it's a hit and miss, Or even you don't want to be doing all that kneading. Kneading of the. See, I'm not going to use all this liquid, but that's good. Then we're going to pop this in your 350 degree preheated oven. And we're going to do it for, let's see, I forget. It's going to be for 30 to 45 minutes. I'm going to put it at 45, but in 30 minutes, I'm just going to check it. So, you can see right now that it looks like it's going to work. The flour is kind of rising up. The batter's kind of rising up. Now, if you want, you can sprinkle some cinnamon on top of those peaches right now. And I think I'm going to do that. Let me get I put cinnamon all up and through there, but it's right here. But I think I'm going to sprinkle some cinnamon right on top. It's going to be real cinnamon. You don't have to do that if you don't like that much cinnamon. The cinnamon is good for you guys. It really is. The nutmeg, let me just do a little bit of that. I'm going to sprinkle just a little bit of this nutmeg. Okay. That's good. And like I said, we're going to put that in a 350 degree oven. Put it in the center, and for 30 to 30 minutes to, what did I say, 45? And I'll be back and I'll check it at 30. So let's do it. Okay, guys, I could end up cooking it for the 45 minutes. And that's the peach cobbler. Now, those peaches are under the crust. So you just get you a big old scoop of that crust, well, actually the batter that rises over the peaches. Or you can put the peaches in the middle and put the batter all around it, whatever way you want to do it. And get you some whipped cream or some vanilla ice cream. And what I did, guys, that extra juice in those peaches, I didn't throw that away. I saved that because I'm going to spoon some of that. I'm going to heat it up, spoon some of that over the ice cream. I don't have any vanilla, but I'm going to get some. But spoon that over the batter crust, the peaches, whatever way I want to do it. And oh, it is so delicious. So this is not your ordinary peach cobbler, and it's surely not your mama's peach cobbler. So, well, I'm stuttering over my words. Anyway, it is delicious. I'm going to let it cool off a little bit, and then I am going to eat me a little bit, and then go get me some vanilla ice cream. Like I said, whipped cream will work fine as well. So anyway, thank you guys for joining me, and it did work out. My self-rising flour that I had to create, it did work out. So let me know if you guys are going to try this recipe, and if you did, how did you like it? Because it is better than rolling out that dough and putting it, making little strips and putting it over, or it's just better than making a homemade crust, to me, in my opinion. Anybody can do it. You guys out there, try it. You can make peach cobbler. Follow the recipe, and like I said, to taste, put your cinnamon. I like lots of cinnamon. I like my nutmeg. I use my vanilla paste and vanilla bean paste, and and if you want to, you can even put a little bit of that vanilla bean paste in your batter and stir it up, get more of the vanilla flavor. So I'm going to end this now, and like I said, comment whether you made it or not, and Share it out if you want, to people that like peach cobbler that's not too good with making that crust. This is especially for you guys who don't like to make crust or can't. So anyway, guys, well, I think I'm gonna taste it. I think I'm gonna taste just a little bit of it. So let's see. I'm just gonna taste just a little bit, take a little bit of that. I'm not gonna pour the juice over it right now. I think that may be too hot for me to taste, but let's see. I think it would be better if we put some juice on there. Ooh, 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 ooh. You don't have to make this much batter either. You can just, stick to the 1 cup. I put 1.5 cup and then adjust the other ingredients. This is good, guys. Mm-mm. Very good. Very good. So anyway, I'm gonna go and let it cool off a little bit more, and then I'm gonna get me another serving. Thanks for joining me, guys, and have a good weekend. Hello, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Thank you guys for coming to watch me cook and give instructions on how to make sloppy joes from scratch. So I'm going to brown this ground beef, and I have a pound. Try to get lean, guys, because I gotta spoon all that fat off. But you can also use ground turkey, guys. So if you want it a little bit healthier, use that ground turkey. You can even use the ground turkey that's already flavored. Some has taco flavoring, which, hey, who says you can't use taco flavor for sloppy joe? But I just like the no season kind. I like to put my own kind of seasoning in the turkey. So what we're gonna do is just make sure all the red is out. I'm gonna spoon some of that fat. Then I'm going to put a half teaspoon of pepper and a teaspoon of salt. Now do it to your taste, but you can always add a little salt if it's not enough. But it's hard to take away. You'll have to put liquid in it to take it away and pour that liquid out and put some more in. But we're gonna do it right. We're gonna start off with just enough, and then I'll taste it afterwards before I start putting everything and see if there's enough. So that's what's going to happen. I'm going to be right back. Okay, I drained a lot of that fat out, and now I'm going to put the half teaspoon of pepper and the teaspoon of salt. I mixed it together, guys. Mix that around. Now, guys, I am going to use like tablespoon of flour. I'm going to put that in. That's going to help thicken up. Then I'm going to put 1.5 cups of water. That's a cup. And I'm going to do another half. Guys, instead of that half a cup of water, I take that back. I'm going to put a half a cup I don't have beef broth. You can use the water if you want to. I have some chicken broth. It would be better to use the vegetable broth if you don't, but that's okay. I'm going to put that in there, make it more flavorful. Stir that around, and if I need more flour, I can put that in there. But I'm going to see how that happens. Flour is going to thicken it up. And then I'm going to put a teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce. I'm going to kind of eyeball it. Let me shake it up a little bit. Okay. And then I'm going to put maybe about 1/4 cup of ketchup. I'm going to eyeball it. Okay. I'm going to stir that up. Then I'm going to put a half a cup of tomato sauce. Might need to put a little bit more flour, but we'll see. We'll see. Don't do it yet. Then I'm going to put a tablespoon. I'm going to put a tablespoon of tomato paste. Oops, okay. Lord have mercy. Okay. Ooh, that look good. I'm going to put a teaspoon of chili powder. Put it in my hand, make sure. Okay, I kind of eyeballed it. Okay, I put another tablespoon of the flour. Let me see how thick that is. Okay, that seems to be the consistency. There you go. You can add a little bit of garlic. I would say start with a little bit, like 1/4 of a teaspoon, and then taste it as you go to see. I didn't put any garlic in this. People put a lot of things in this. They could slice mushrooms. I'm going to do the onions now. I'm going to put, I put a small onion minced up, or you can use, if you just have big ones, of course, you can just use the half of the big one. You know how much onion you want. If this is too much, don't put that much in there. It's up to you. Okay. I want this to simmer a little bit. So I'm going to add a little bit more tomato paste. And I'm going to taste it. Okay. If I need some more salt and pepper, I can do that. I'm going to turn this down really low, guys, and let it just simmer for about 15 minutes. I'm going to cover it. Let me taste it first. I'm going to cover it. I'm going to toast me whatever bun you like. Toast me some buns. Let me just taste it. I'm going to put a wee bit of pepper. I told you guys I'm a pepper person. A wee bit of pepper and a wee bit of salt. When I say wee, I mean wee. Like a fourth of a teaspoon or even less you can use. Taste it as you go. You don't want it too salty. Guys, this is so good. The homemade Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joes is not hard to do. I don't know why you guys would buy some canned Sloppy Joe. Well, I guess you could, but you know why? So I'm going to let that cover, and let me just remind everybody. I got onion on there. Let me just remind everyone, if you have not subscribed to my channel, you can do that right now. Don't cost you a thing. I had a little salt on the top. It's free. You guys could give me a like, because when you taste this, you're going to like it. Likes are free. So I'll be back in about 15. Okay, guys, look at that. Look at that. My buns are toasting right now. I'm using this Harvest 100% whole wheat buns. You can get any buns you want, but I like the whole wheat. Trick myself into being a little bit more healthy. Look at that. I like the consistency of it. Okay, guys, I lightly toasted my buns, my wheat buns. And guys, you can fix this for lunch or dinner. Fix this for the kids for dinner, or when they come home from school. I got some celery sticks with a little ranch dressing on them. I got a couple of pickles. Guys, usually I like some carrots with it too, for my raw vegetables. But I ran out of carrots. Look at that. Look at that. That is perfect. Perfect. Yeah, the kids will love this. Kids will love it. I love it. So there you go, guys. My homemade Sloppy Joes. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. I appreciate you loyal subscribers, your viewers. If you're a first-time viewer, I thank you so much for coming in and joining me and being part of this. Like I said, if you have not subscribed, be a part of the family. And that's my dog in the background with his nasty butt. But anyway, they're in their cage, so they're not near me, but they have to see me, guys. My dog have to see me and they start whining. And so I have to a lot of times cover their cage when they go to sleep so they won't whine. But anyway, back to the cooking. Thank you for joining in, and I appreciate you guys. So I'll see you next time, and everyone have a great week. Good night.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. This is Marilyn Gale. Listen, guys, I have gotten the perfect dish for people who are trying to watch their carbs. I am going to make spaghetti, but instead of using pasta, look what I'm using. Now, well, right now I'm showing you a picture of the Italian seasoned ground beef lean. And I'm not being sponsored. And when I can, there you go. I'm not being sponsored, but I just wanted you to see that the ground turkey has seasoning, so that's going to give it more flavor. But let me show you what I'm using instead of pasta. Okay, guys, look, I'm using veggie spirals, zucchini, and well, it does has carbs, but it's 2%. Let me see. Yes, 2 grams is 1%. But guys, that's nothing. That is nothing, and that is a good carb. So this may look like a big container, but it's going to shrink down. So let me just start everything for you. What I did is I cut up a small bell pepper, and I used all of it, and I used a half of a large onion. I didn't cut them too small because I like to have the bigger pieces. Okay, guys, what I did, this is my Italian flavored ground turkey, and I'm going to brown that halfway. Then I'm going to put the onions and the bell pepper in. I put a couple of tablespoons of olive oil in the skillet to cook my ground turkey. I'm not going to have to drain this like with regular hamburger. I don't have to drain. I'm just going to let it cook. Okay, I'm turning the turkey meat over, and it's very close to being done. So right now, I'm going to put the onions and the bell pepper in the skillet with it. I just bought some new skillets that are deeper, and I should have used that, and then I wouldn't have to transfer it to a bigger skillet or pot. But this won't be enough to just put everything in one skillet. Now, if you have a deeper skillet, use it, and you will not have to transfer it. And guys, I am going to add sliced mushrooms in the can. If you have fresh, that's better. I'm going to put more seasoning in it. I'm going to put about a half a teaspoon of garlic powder. I'm going to put like a half a teaspoon of oregano. I'm going to put a teaspoon of basil. I'm going to put some minced garlic. I have a little bit left. I'm going to put everything I have. And that's close enough to a teaspoon. Omit the garlic if you don't want that much garlic in it.
And I'm just going to stir it to incorporate all the seasoning, all the flavors. And you know, guys, the turkey meat is seasoned, but this is going to add more flavor. And you guys, the first time I made this with the spiral vegetable, the zucchini, and I like zucchini, but I said, how is that gonna taste instead of pasta? I'm telling you guys, I said, okay, I'm not gonna waste that. I do not waste food. I said, whatever it tastes like, you know, I'll eat it. Guys, I had no problem eating the whole thing. I mean, I didn't even wait until the next day. I ate it for dinner, and then I turned around and ate it again before I went to bed. I ate the whole thing. So, you know, consider that if you haven't tried this, it may not be a bad thing because that zucchini is going to absorb the flavors as well. It's not just going to be, you know, some fresh zucchini, flavorless zucchini. I mean, it tastes good. It was very good. And I said, well, shoot, I may not. See, like, I'm not supposed to have a lot of carbs. I'm really not. You know, I'm not supposed to have all that pasta. I can have pasta, but when I make spaghetti, I get ridiculous with it. And I'm not supposed to have that. Like a lot of people not supposed to, you know, have a lot of pasta. But, oh, I love spaghetti. So this takes the guilt out of it. Okay, guys, I put it in a bigger pot. And now I am going to add, I got this, I usually use, what is the name of it? Okay, I usually use another brand, but I had gotten this brand, I got this brand because a few weeks ago, they did not have Bellini, the brand I use. And I got this, and this turned out very delicious. So what I'm going to do, if I can open this, I'm going to put the sauce. Make sure I get all that goodness out of there. If you make your own sauce, more power to you. And God bless you. But I don't make my own sauce. Okay, I put my sauce in. I'm going to stir it. And now I'm going to put my mushrooms. Stir it up. Now the mushroom came in its juices. So I put the juices in the empty bottle of sauce. And I'm going to shake it up so I can get all the flavor of the sauce. Right now I'm not going to pour it all in. I'm going to see how much, see how I do that. Okay, I'm gonna cover this and let this cook so those flavors will marinate in with my sauce. And I I don't blend my pasta with my spaghetti. I just make my spaghetti, and then when I'm getting ready to eat, I put my sauce over my spaghetti. I don't blend it all together. However, with the zucchini, I'm going to blend it all together. Okay, guys. It's getting there. I'm just going to stir it up and let it cook some more. I turned it down low while I was getting my zucchini. I'm going to turn it back to medium. And what I did, my package of zucchini, I wanted to defrost it. So I put it in a microwave container and put it on my defroster for 9 minutes. Then what I'm heating up my pan where I cooked my turkey and my onions and bell pepper and all those seasonings. I didn't wipe it out. I'm going to transfer my zucchini while that's cooking. I'm going to transfer that zucchini onto this pan. I have that on oh, I didn't even turn it on. Goodness. I'm going to turn that on medium high. And I'm going to let it cook. Well, let me have the pan hot. Okay, that's what I want. I want it to boil. Incorporate that. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit so it will cook 10 more minutes while the zucchini is cooking. Guys, I hope this did not blur up because I accidentally moved the lever, and so I didn't have the automatic focus on. I hate when I do that. I know you guys probably hate it too. But anyway, I hope it turned out okay as far as being focused. Okay, there you go, guys. Look at that. All that water. But I'm going to go on and let it stand there until it cooks for about 10 minutes. Then afterwards, I'm going to drain all this excess water. And then I'm going to put the zucchini into the meat sauce. And guys, this is probably going to taste better the next day when all those spices are incorporated in that sauce. Oh, I tasted it, the sauce, and it is fantastic. If I say so myself. Shut up, Gizmo. Gizmo, shut your mouth. And he had been whining all day. Now he starts because he think I'm talking to him, but I'm not. So I'm going to let that cook, and then I'm going to cover it so it'll cook faster. That is not the pot, but it works. I mean the covering, but it works. So who cares? And I have a little vent thing there, so I'll be right back. And guys, you know what? I love this. So I'm going to sprinkle a little bit in. Just a little bit. Give it a little kick. There we go. See how good that is, guys? And what I should have did, let me see if I got some stewed tomatoes. Okay, guys, I did not have some tomatoes, but that's okay. That's okay. The sauce had some tomatoes. See the tomatoes in it? I'm the type of person that I just doctor things up. I just love flavor. Here's a way you can do things. You can make your sauce. And even though I'm using zucchini instead of pasta, guys, if you have good sauce, that zucchini's going to take on that flavor, and it doesn't matter whether, you're using spaghetti or pasta. It just doesn't matter because it's going to be flavor. And it's going to be, like I said, guilt-free. So let that keep on because I got about 2.5, 3 more minutes for my zucchini to cook. I'm going to drain it and then I'm going to add it to my meat sauce. And I'm ready to eat. And I'm hungry, guys. I'm hungry, almost hangry. Angry and hungry, hangry. You heard that before. My stomach is hurting. I'm so hungry. I just ate breakfast and it's dinner time now. I had to go out of the house today and I wasn't even looking for it because I bought me a bidet. And, so I wasn't looking for toilet paper. I have a little bit left, but I found some toilet paper. I went to Walmart and they had toilet paper, so I bought the pack. So it will last, like I said, I had a little bit that would last until my bidet got here. But, I just bought me a bidet. So if family comes over after all this is done, I got toilet paper. But then why am I talking about this while I'm cooking? Scratch all that. I'm just hungry. That's what I was saying. Okay, you guys, I drank my zucchini and I'm going to add it. I won't just put the sauce over it like I do with pasta. I'll just put it in. If I feel like I need more zucchini, if I have any leftovers, I have some more zucchini in my freezer, so I'm good. I'm telling you guys, when I make it like this, where the sauce is very good, and that's the key to this dish, it's got to be some good sauce. I don't miss it. I don't miss the pasta. And I'm just going to incorporate that. And that's it. I'm gonna make that good. That is delicious. And let me taste a little bit. I know how I taste, but let me just plate me just a little bit. Okay, guys. Put a little bit, and I'm going to taste it. That's good, guys. It does not even matter that I'm not using the pasta. Make it, guys. Make this recipe. This is my recipe. Mm-mm-mm. This is delicious. I'm about to put the plate through the camera. I'm gonna be selfish, guys. I'm gonna eat all this by myself. So anyway, guys, thank you for joining me. Subscribe to my channel. Click the notification bell, and I will be back with another recipe. Thank you, guys.
But I wasn't grown up in mine. But I wasn't grown up in mine. But I wasn't grown up in mine.
Okay, guys, today I am making banana nut, and the nut that I'm using is walnuts, banana nut raisin bread. I'm looking forward to this because I haven't made this in a while. First, I'm going to reheat the oven to 350. And now I'm going to cream together the butter and the sugar. Oh, got to plug it up first. Okay, so the measurement that I want to use, I got, let's see, half a cup of butter and 1 cup of granulated sugar. So I'm going to blend that together. Blend it together before that comes. Oh, it's looking good already. That's going to be smooth. And then I'm going to add 2 eggs and my bananas. What I should have done is put it in something else. I'm just, thumbs today. Okay. And then I'm going to wash this off. And then I'm going to do the bananas. And I had them setting out because I wanted them to be room temperature. I should have put a little lemon on it. Let that blend. wanted to incorporate a little bit of. Guys, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sift 1.5 cup of flour, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, and 1/2 teaspoon of salt together. Okay, I sifted those ingredients together, and now I'm going to put it into the batter. And then what I'm going to do, and this is optional, you can put 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla. You guys know me by now. I'm going to use like 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla bean. Come on, focus, focus. There you go. Okay. Like I said, this is optional. Stir that up some more. I'm going to put in. Now what you're going to do is the raisins. You're going to take how many you want, and I'm going to use like 1/2 cup, and I'm going to pour hot water over them to plump them up. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I took half of the batter because I don't want to make all of this cake because banana bread because I will eat it all. So I took the attachment off because I'm going to blend the walnuts in. I kind of made them a little smaller, kind of chopped them up more. I'm going to blend that and the raisins. Just want to stir that in. I do not want to use my mixer for that. So here's the chopped walnuts. And guys, since I didn't want, I don't have a smaller loaf pan, so I'm going to put them in cupcakes. I'm still going to leave the oven at 350, and instead of leaving it the normal time for an entire loaf bread pan, I am going to put them on for about 15-20 minutes and see how they look, and I'll be back. Well, let me just show you. I drained the raisins after letting them sit in hot water to kind of plump them up. And then I'm just going to stir the batter just to incorporate it. I don't want to, over stir. So the walnuts are in there. This is going to be good. The walnuts are in there, and the raisins are in there. Okay, guys, I just took the banana nut raisin bread out of the oven. I'm going to let it cool, and then I'm going to see how it tastes. I'll take 1 or 2 out. Okay, they've cooled off. They've cooled off a little bit. Well, a lot bit. Enough for me to taste it. So the batter was delicious, so I expect the same. And I can freeze these better than the other one. But there you go. And I'm going to see this one. There's some raisins. There's the nuts. So let me taste it. guys, it's so good, so good, so good. So now you have the recipe for the banana nut raisin bread, or the raisin banana nut bread, whatever way you want to put it. Subscribe to my channel. Click the notification bell. Try it, guys. This is so good, so good. So I'll see you next time, and thank you for joining me. Have a good evening, and be safe, guys. Hello, you guys. Thank you for joining me. This is Marilyn Gill. Today I want to try something new. I'm going to make some jambalaya, some sausage and shrimp jambalaya. And you can use any protein. You can use chicken if you like, or just one item. But I want to try this Zatarain's long grain rice mixed with vegetable spices. I want to try that. So I'll let you guys know whether this is any good or not. And I got the family size. I don't know why, because it's just me. But you know what? I can always, I freeze stuff. And then like a few weeks, I don't let it stay in the freezer for a long time. But then what I do is, a few weeks from now or even a month, I'll grab something when I don't feel like cooking and just pop it in the microwave or put it in a skillet or saucepan. But what I did, I'm just going to kind of doctor it up a little bit. What I'm going to do is, what I did was I put like a teaspoon of olive oil in the skillet, and I'm waiting for that to heat up. It's almost heated up. And then I'm going to heat it up a little bit more. When I put the onions and the bell pepper in, I want to hear it sizzle. But what I did is I put a half of a small onion, and then I only had a little bell pepper left. But you guys put as much or as little of the onion. There it is. It's just that, and bell pepper that you want. If you want a lot, do that. If you want to use it sparingly, do that. Here we go. I hear it sizzle. So I'm going to cook that until the onions become translucent. What I did is I put 3 3/4 cup of water in a saucepan, and that's going to be for the rice. Now, if you want, you can put some olive oil, 2 tablespoons of vegetable olive oil into the saucepan with the water, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is let the water come to a boil. I'm going to put the rice in the water. I'm going to let it come to a boil. I'm going to reduce the heat, and then I'm going to let it simmer for 25 minutes. But I'll be back to show you. Okay, guys, so what I did now is I pushed those onions and bell peppers a little bit, and I kind of shifted the heat so it wouldn't be directly on the onions and bell pepper, but keep it warm. And I put sausage in, and I'm going to let that cook. I'm going to let that brown on each, because basically the sausage is cooked. We're going to brown it on both sides. And then when I put the shrimp in, I'm going to wait until the sausage is like, when I flip all the sausage over, I'm going to put the shrimp in so they can cook while the other side of the sausage is cooking. Then when my rice is done, I'm going to put it all together. Okay. I flipped the sausage over, and put the shrimp in. Now, you know shrimp is only going to take a couple of minutes on each side. So I'm going to let that brown. And if the rice is still cooking, I'm going to just take that off the heat. Because I don't want to overcook the shrimp. One thing, I had shrimp with the, I deveined them. I took the shell and the tail off, of course. And if you want to make shrimp stock, take those shells and boil them. Cover them with water, bring it to a boil, and then let it simmer. Then when you cook, if you're doing a seafood boil or whatever, let everything, you know, potatoes and all that kind of stuff, let them cook in that shrimp stock. Oh yes, save everything. Okay, I let the shrimp cook on one side. I flipped it over. And the rice, it's got some more time. So when that's ready, I'm going to take it off the heat.
It's kind of hard for me because
Okay, guys. This is what it turned out. Man, I could have put some more meat up in here. Shrimp or sausage. I didn't know. Or use half this package. I should have just used half. But that's okay. The leftover rice, I can use as a side dish. So there you go, guys. Let me taste this. Okay, I just put a little bit. And you know what, guys? It said to cut the shrimp up in bite size. But no, I like big pieces of shrimp. I did cut the sausage up, though. So let me see how this all tastes. Okay. It's okay, guys, but it came with its own seasoning. But with the onion and the bell pepper, I would put some more Cajun seasoning in it because to me it's not spicy enough, you know? So I'm gonna doctor it up, let it cook some just a little bit more, put some spices, and that's it. But it's not bad, guys. It's not bad at all. I just want a little more kick. So in a crunch, this is okay. But while the rice is cooking, guys, if you want more of a kick, add maybe some red pepper, um, Creole seasoning. Add some more seasoning to it, you know. But anyway, that's my review of the jambalaya by Zatarain. It's okay, but you need to doctor it up. So thanks for joining me, guys. I am going to put this up, let you guys see how I did it. And just remember, if you do want it more spicy, doctor it up a little bit more. Subscribe if you haven't. I'd appreciate it. And click that notification bell. So I'll see you again with another recipe. And thanks for joining me. Have a good evening. Good night.
No, but I wasn't grown up in mind. But I wasn't grown up in mind. But I wasn't grown up in mind.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. I am going to make a beef and poblano, I think I pronounced that right, tamale pie. What you're looking at, it supplies you with the cornbread, the sour cream, the poblano pepper, green onions, hamburger, corn, cheese, and what is this seasoning right there? Ooh, I don't have my tripod. I thought maybe I could do it better. This is taco seasoning. So we have everything to make this tamale pie. Look at that. I'm going to wash and pack all my produce. I think the corn is okay. That's already prepared. So this is, let me show you a picture of it. Hold on. It's hard to hold the camera. Okay, here we go. Okay. That's the tamale pie. The picture, the way it's supposed to look. Okay, so what I did is for the green onion, I washed them, I patted them dry, I sliced them, the white and the green. I'm keeping that white and the green part of the green onion separate. And then to the pepper, hold on, keep on forgetting because I never use these peppers. Poblano peppers. I took the seeds out, I took the core out, and I sliced them. Now, you don't have to use all of them if you don't want to. If you don't want it spicy, but I'm going to see how spicy it actually is with all the peppers. And then what I did is I minced the garlic. There you go. Now, guys, I'm going to make the cornbread for the tamale pie. I put the mix in a little bowl. I took out 2 tablespoons of the mix. We're going to use that later. Now, let me see if I can work this with one hand. Now, we're going to take the cheese and we're going to put the cheese in with the cornbread. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to maneuver. I'm trying to see if I can focus better. Uh-oh. There we go. I'm going to put a 1/4 cup of water. Okay. Now, I'm going to take the green portion of the green onions and put it in there, and I'm going to save enough, just a pinch for the garnish. Excuse me, guys. I'm trying my best to see if I can maneuver this better without my tripod. Okay. And then I'm going to stir it up. Okay, what I did is I needed a little bit more water, so add a little bit if it's too thick, but we want it to be thick and spreadable. So this is the consistency. You want to make sure all the cheese and the green onions are distributed throughout the batter. So it's going to be thick but spreadable. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the filling. I put the hamburger, and guys, all of this came with the meal from Home Chef. It's proportioned just right. Okay, now I'm going to put that pepper into the with the hamburger, and it's on medium high. And then we're going to put the white part of the onion that I sliced. I'm going to also add the garlic that we minced.
Also, there is the pack of seasoning, the taco seasoning. I'm going to add that in. Now we're just going to incorporate all the ingredients. I'm going to put a pinch of pepper. I don't know how spicy this is going to be. I don't remember. I might have had this kind of pepper, if you go to a restaurant, you don't know all the ingredients or something. All you know is you like it. So this is something that I just don't know whether I had that pepper. So it's going to be something new. And I don't mind if it's spicy. I just don't mind. I don't mind spicy food. Okay, now I'm going to add the corn to the mixture. And we want this to cook until that poblano pepper gets tender. And that's going to be about a minute and a half. Well, a minute to 2 minutes. Okay, let me put that on the timer. Since I've never made this before. And make sure that you use a non-stick pan. Easy cleanup. Okay, we're going to add those 2 tablespoons of the corn mix. I'm going to add that. Stir that up really good. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to add a cup of water. We're going to let that stir around. It's going to thicken up. We're going to let that be on the stove, stirring occasionally for like 2 minutes. Depending on your stove, 1 to 2 minutes. So let me change that. Oops. It's going to thicken up. Okay, see how it's looking, guys? And now we're going to transfer this into the casserole bowl that we have prepared. So let's do that now. Okay, let's see. We put it in the casserole pan. And when I said the casserole dish, and when I say prepare, spray it with cooking spray, I did not have cooking spray. And most times, I don't know of any home chef meal or any would have a cooking spray. Now that cornmeal batter that we made, make sure it's spreadable. It's gonna be thick, and just spread it on top. Spread it on top. I'll be covering the camera too much, huh, guys? Like you guys have x-ray vision or something. I'll make sure we spread it over the whole pie. At least try to. I didn't have a smaller casserole dish. But you know what? I think it's still going to be okay. Guys, I think this is going to be good. Okay, now guys, what we're going to do, and don't worry about if it's too thin. You think it's too thin, you know the cornbread is going to rise. But what we're going to do is cook it in a preheated oven, 400 degrees. And let's see. We're going to cook it till it's golden brown, 20 to 25 minutes. And then you're going to let it rest for 5 minutes to cool slightly and to set. And then we're going to serve it family style. Everybody going to get their little spoons or what have you and get your big spoon and plate it. And we're going to garnish it with sour cream because you want to make sure it's cool. Put that sour cream and garnish it with the green onions, the green part of the onions, the part that we put aside and we saved. And that is it. And I'll let you see how it looks. And I'll taste it. And I'm going to be honest with you. It looks like it's going to be good, guys. But I'm going to be honest with you. Let you know whether I like it or not. I don't see that I won't like it. Okay, guys. I cooked it for 25 minutes. Doesn't that look delicious? I can't find a reason why I would dislike this. There's no ingredient that I put into this tamale pie that I wouldn't like. Now, the peppers may not have that type of pepper, but I like peppers, so I don't even think that would make a difference. So I'm going to let this rest for 5 minutes, then I'm going to dig in. Okay, I let it rest for 5 minutes, and I am going to dig in. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Now I'm going to try it, guys. Okay, let me just try this. I'm going to be honest. Tell you exactly how I feel about this dish. It's not completely cool, so I'm not going to put the sour cream and green onion garnish. This is so good, guys. I like it. I like it. That filling is good. I don't see, they categorize this as spicy. I wouldn't. I don't know what they call spicy, but I could have had it a little bit more. So guys, thank you for joining me. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit that notification bell. Get notifications of my videos. If you want to try Home Chef, use my email address in the description. Give me your email so I can refer it and you'll get $35 off. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to eat me some more. So have a good evening and good night. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. This is Marilyn Gale. Today, I am bringing you a Home Chef meal, And on the menu is fried mahi mahi and lemon garlic aioli with cheese broccoli orza. Um, Let me just let you know that if you want to try out Home Chef, put your email in my description. Well, put your email in my email, and I left my business email in the description area. Just leave your email, and I will forward it to Home Chef for the referral. And your referral would be $35. Um, and you would be $35 off. And the meals, uh, I pay approximately 40 something dollars to 50 something dollars. Rarely do I spend 60 in the 60s. So you don't have to order every week. You can suspend it. You can try it out, suspend your account, and you just don't have to buy every week, which I don't. I usually buy either once a month or twice a month. So of course, there's no pressure. So if you just want to try it out, then just use the email, my email. Okay. Okay, so it comes with everything that I need. The only thing that I will need is olive oil, salt, and pepper. Okay. But and of course the pots and pans, the bowls or whatever, mixing bowls. But in the box comes with light cream cheese, shredded cheddar cheese, broccoli, florets, orzo pasta, canola oil to fry the mahi mahi, tempura mix, 2 garlic cloves, 3 packs of mayonnaise, and even a lemon. And guys, this is the mahi mahi. So the first thing that whenever you get produce, rinse it off and pat it dry. Now we're going to bring 8 cups of water and 2 teaspoons of salt to a boil, and that's going to be for the pasta, the orzo. Okay, guys, the next steps that I did, what I did is I rinsed them off really good, the broccoli, and I halved the lemon, and I sliced half of the lemon with 1/2, and then what I did is I put the lemon, the other half, the lemon juice out of it, make sure to get the seeds out. I see a seed in it, but I'm going to take it out. And then I minced the garlic. And then what I'm going to do right now, this is the tempura mix. I'm going to put 1/4 cup of water, and it said a mixing bowl, but I'm going to do it in here because that's where I'm going to dip and I don't want to just have too many dishes to wash. So I'm going to mix it in this. And it's going to be the consistency of pancake batter. And if it's a little too thick, just put in a tablespoon of water. I would do a teaspoon of water at a time until it's the consistency, that you need. So let's do that right now. I think I'm going to use a fork. Let's see. And I'm not going to put all of it. Make sure it's cold water. So it's going to be the consistency of pancake batter. Like I said, if it's thick, add a little water at a time. You can always add water. Okay, it's going to be too thick. Let me put the rest of this in. And this water was out of the fridge, so I knew it was cold. Okay, I think that is the consistency that I want. Okay, so I cut the mahi-mahi in half and I patted it dry with a paper towel. Okay, what I did is I put the orzo in the boiling water. And then I'm going to put the broccoli in with the orzo. And let that cook for about 4 minutes. 3 to 4 minutes. I'm gonna time it. I'm gonna put it on 4. Okay, the broccoli and the orzo is cooking. And what we're gonna do after the 4 minutes, I put the timer on 4. We're going to drain that in one of those, in a strainer. And I put it over a little saucepan that covers it completely so I won't, have to lose a lot of my orzo or my broccoli. And what I'm going to do is save a half a cup of that water. And you'll see what I'm going to do with it. So I'll be right back. Okay, now what I did is I put a teaspoon of olive oil. It didn't come with the pack, so I have olive oil. Put a teaspoon of olive oil. And then I'm going to put the minced garlic and let it cook. It says until you smell the aroma. Yep. That's going to be about a minute. So let that cook. Okay, I took the garlic out and put it in a small mixing bowl, and I wiped the pan clean where the garlic was, and then I'm going to pour the canola oil and heat this up. Let this heat up for about 5 minutes because that's what I'm going to do is fry the mahi-mahi. Okay, so the little bowl that has the garlic, I'm going to, while the pan is heating up, I'm going to add the mayonnaise, the lemon juice with the garlic and stir to combine, and I'm going to set it aside. So here's the second package, and the mayonnaise, it came with the packet. The only thing that didn't come back in the packet is that olive oil and the salt. Where's the other one? Oh, here it is. And then here's the half of the lemon that I made this lemon juice. Okay.
a seed fell in there. I don't want the seed in there. Got that seed out. That was pretty cool. And then we're gonna stir this up. And we're gonna set it aside. We're just combining everything. The garlic, mayo, lemon juice. Okay, now what I'm going to do is take the mahi and coat the mahi with the tempura batter. Make sure the excess is off. And let's see. And coat all of it. Make sure you don't burn yourself. You know what? When I'm cooking, if I burn myself, I keep liquid vitamin E, and I tell you guys, if I burn myself and put that vitamin E on a burner, I'm no doctor, but I know what I did, and I know it took that stinging of a burn. Oh, guys, that's not fun. So I'm gonna put all of it. Let it brown. Move that away. Make sure you use a non-stick pan, guys. So we're gonna let that cook. And guys, we're gonna let this cook on each side 3 to 4 minutes. And I don't have an internal temperature for meats. If you do, it's going to be 145, but it is going to be, you're going to brown it. It's going to be a crispy brown. You'll see. You can see the outside cooking right now to show you what it's supposed to look like. See? I'll brown that one a little bit more. See how that looks? Crispy brown. Okay, let's get back to the mahi. Look at that, look at that. That's what we want. Look at that. I know you guys sick of me saying, look at that, but look at it. That's the way it's supposed to cook. Look, I just put it on a cutting board that I had that was clean. And I lined it with paper towel and cut that off. So look. Okay, guys, that half a cup of water that we got from the orzo and the broccoli, we're gonna put that in that pan. We didn't wipe it off, so that's okay. If you don't have all the orzo, because you're gonna put more, more sauce. Then we're going to put the cream cheese to the hot pan, and we're going to bring it to a simmer, and we're going to constantly stir it until it's smooth. Okay, the water's getting warm because we want it to warm enough that the cheese will melt. That's okay that some of that orzo is in there. Okay, we want it to simmer.
Okay. Now let's put that cream cheese in here. Okay, I think that's going to be okay to put the cream cheese in there because it's going to combine with another cheese, that's cheddar cheese. Okay. I'll let that melt down. Okay, now I'm going to add the orzo and the broccoli. Popping that all over the place. Make sure that's incorporated really good. And Lord, I got all them. I'm messy when I cook. Oh my gosh. Make that stir around really good. Oh, Bobo, I'm not going to drop nothing, so you can move because I'm not going to drop anything. Okay, now I'm going to put the cheese in. And stir that around. I lowered the heat. You don't want it to burn. What we're going to do now is we're going to put a half a teaspoon of salt. That's it. Remember, we salted the water, okay? So we don't need a lot. We're going to put a pinch of pepper. Should have all this out together. That's all right. One pinch. Okay, don't get heavy hand on the pinch unless you like pepper like me. Okay. If it's too thick, we're going to add, because I kept my water. Put a little bit of that water that we boiled it. If it's too thick. So I'll put a little bit. And I'm going to save that water because I'm going to eat this 2 days. So if my orzo and broccoli is too stiff, I can put a little bit of that water that we boiled everything in for the flavor of it. Okay, guys, let me just throw in there because I don't think I told you. After you take the mai out of the oil, the canola oil, sprinkle some salt over it. Now, I plated it. Guys, this looks so good. And you know that sauce we made with the garlic, the lemon, and the mayonnaise? We're just going to pour it. This is the aioli sauce. We're just going to pour that over the fish. And I tasted it, guys. The sauce, I tasted it. And it is delicious. I never tasted it. If I have, I don't remember. So let's just get a little bit. I want to see. I'm going to take a little bit of this fish. This mai. Put a little sauce on that. Oh. Well, I didn't do my thumbnail. That's good, guys. Let me turn that over so I can make a thumbnail. You know they say right. Okay. It's a little nasty now. Let me see. Okay. Make sure I leave enough sauce for the other. Okay, so there you go. Okay. Make it purty. Lemon keep falling over. I'm gonna squeeze a little lemon on it, of course. I'm just gonna taste some of this orzo and broccoli. Guys, that's good. Thank you for joining me. Wait. I have just cooked fried mahi and lemon garlic aioli. Do that if you like. No pressure, only if you want to try it. So thanks again for watching. Subscribe to my channel if you have not done so before. I'd appreciate it. Click that notification bell so you will get another meal or another story or another whatever I have. It's not my cooking channel is Eat with Marilyn Gayle. But I wanted to put this on this channel so everybody could just see. This is good, guys. I didn't know when I was fixing that sauce. Fixing the orca, and I didn't know how I was gonna like it, but it's delicious, guys. I wouldn't lie. I tell you the truth, because you're gonna tell me I made it. It's good. And if you don't like it, you just don't like orzo broccoli. It's not because you messed up. But anyway, thank you for joining me, and I will see you next time. Have a good evening.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. Today, I am going to cook Cornish game hen, and I'm going to roast it, and I'm going to make a peach glaze. What I'm doing now is letting it brine for 2 hours. I just took it out the refrigerator so I can show you, but what brining is you put it in a salt water solution, and that makes it more moist. Now, I cut up some peaches, and I could only find, and these are canned peaches, and I could only find peaches in the syrup. So I'm not going to add any sugar or anything, of course, to it. And what I did is I cut it in half, and then in half again. I quartered it, of course. And I might have to cut it again because I'm going to stuff the cavity of the corn hens with the peaches. And for my glaze, I have 3/4 cup of the peach juice. I have like 1/4 a teaspoon because I'm only going to do one. That will be 2 meals for me. I have a 1/4 cup of, what is it? I have a 1/4 cup, 3/4 cup of the juice. I have a 1/4 of a teaspoon of sweet basil. I added 2 tablespoons. I'm going to put a little bit because that other little piece is kind of, I was using the butter for something else, so it's not even. So I'll put some more butter in if I need it. Or you can use a substitute butter, but this is real butter. So I put a pinch of salt, a pinch of pepper, and I'm going to put a little nutmeg and a little cinnamon. I'm going to melt
that and then take it off the heat. And then what I'm going to do is baste it. Now, what you guys can do instead of using the juice, go ahead and get you some peach or apricot preserves. And that's going to be a really good glaze. But I didn't want all that sugar, so I just using the juice from the peaches, and I'm going to just cook it for a little bit, and then I'm going to glaze the outside as it's cooking. Okay, guys, what I did is I split this Cornish hen down the middle, and I wanted it to cook quicker. And I've had it dry some more, because what I did also is I rinsed it off real good to get that salt water off the top. Get under them arms so you won't get funky. I'm just kidding. I'll dry that off, because what I want to do is I'm going to put a little seasoning in there, and then I'm going to butter it down. Okay. I'm just going to season it, maybe put a half a teaspoon pepper. And then I'm going to just put about a half a teaspoon of salt, and that would be for both sides. And guys, each time you handle poultry, any kind of poultry, and then you're going to handle something else, wash your hands so you won't contaminate countertops. And I'm going to wash this real good, this board. Okay. So now I'm going to take butter, and I'm just going to smear it all over. Okay. My hands got more butter than the actual. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to spoon the peaches and the seasonings into here. I preheated the oven for 400 degrees, 5 to 45. You can serve rice with this. And I put aluminum foil at the bottom for easy cleanup. You can serve rice with this, whatever kind of rice you want. What I did is I made a little potato salad, and I think I'm going to have some broccoli. But anyway, guys, I'm going to let this cook, and I'll be right back. Okay, you guys, dinner is ready. I'm letting the Cornish hen, this is a split Cornish hen, I'm letting that rest for a little bit. I fixed some red potatoes, potato salad, and then I cooked some carrots. And what I did, you can cook carrots the way you like them, but what I did is I saved some of that basting, that glaze that I put over my Cornish hens. I saved some of that. I put some butter and some parsley and a little bit of garlic powder. Do it to taste, but I just put a little, like, one little shake. How the little holes are in the spice container. I put one little shake, and
and that was it. I put I end up putting the half of the peaches in there just for garnish, but I'm gonna eat that garnish though. But guys, I wanted you to see it. Let me just try to taste a little bit of that Cornish hen. I'm just gonna take a little bit off. Oh, let me take a thumbnail of that first. Okay. So let me just take a little bit off of here. I already did my thumbnail. See how that is moist. That is good, guys. And I want you to know, like I didn't want a whole lot of sweet glaze. But if you want a little bit, I just want it lightly sweet. But if you want more peach flavor, use peach or either apricot preserves, not jelly, not jam, preserves. So there you go, guys. I'm going to have a good dinner. I'm going to save half of that. And look at that. Look at that. I like the way that brown right there. But I will only eat half of that. Tomorrow I have half. I got enough potato salad. I'll make some more carrots because I just made a little bit. And look at this. This is good. Let me just taste this right here. That's good, guys. So let me just remind everyone, if you have not subscribed, you can do that now and click that notification bell. Thank you so much for joining me, and have a good night. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. I am bringing you another home chef meal, and this is going to be let me give you the picture. Okay, let's see. There we go. This is going to be the cheesy Italian sausage stuffed pizza peppers with marinara and mozzarella. So what I did is I washed and patted dry all my produce. This is kale. I took the stem out and chopped them coarsely. What I did is I halved the bell pepper, took the seeds out and the stem. Then I washed and patted that also, patted dry. This is the sausage that I'm going to use, and I put that on a separate cutting board because, you don't want to cross-contaminate. This is my marinara sauce, my mozzarella cheese, and my cream cheese. So we're going to get started. What I will need to add to it is, if I have a cooking spray, which I don't, so I'm just going to line the baking sheet with foil and put some oil and kind of spread it around. And, that's all that I need besides my pans. Okay, so I set my oven to 400, and when it reached 400, I'm going to put my bell peppers to roast. And we're going to put them, to roast them, this side, maybe that side. I'll put it down. It didn't say, but I'm going to put it down on the cut side. So after that's, while that's in the oven, I'm going to make my filling, and I'm going to put the sausage in a hot pan, and I'm going to break up that meat. I'm going to cook it from 4 to 6 minutes. I'm going to add my marinara sauce and stir through
And then I'm going to remove it from the heat, the skillet from the heat, and I'm going to add my cream cheese. But I'll go over that as I go along. So this is all what I have, and I don't have to use anything of my own, but cooking spray or oil if you don't have cooking spray. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, the sausage that I took out of the casing, don't cook it with the casing, guys. Just squeeze it out, and the pan, put it in a hot pan, medium high, and then we're going to brown it. That's non-stick, so let me just take this off. And when that's brown, then we're going to put the kale in. Okay, now it is brown, and I'm going to add the kale until the kale is limp. And that's going to be about a couple of minutes. I'm going to cook that. And you notice that I didn't put any oil. I didn't put any salt and pepper. You can add pepper if you want, but the sausage is salty enough. So the flavor is gonna go on this kale. Let me just remind everybody, if you want to try Home Chef, my email address, my business email address will be in the description area. Leave your email address, and so I can refer you, and you will get 35, not 25. You'll get $35 off your meal. I'll get 35 for referring you. You'll get 35. Even Steven. Okay. You cook me nicely. I am not sponsored by Home Chef, but that will be a savings for both of us if you decide to do it. No pressure. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't, no problem. I like them because these are meals. Sometimes these are meals that I wouldn't normally make. Well, stuffed peppers I would, but I've gotten some meals that I wouldn't normally make. Or with the meals that I do make, it's sometimes an added ingredient that tastes good. It just gives me a better range of, how I want to make certain dishes. The ingredients are portioned to the exact measurement. Okay, so this is good. So what I'm going to do is take it off the heat and put cream cheese in it and stir it. Okay, now here's the cream cheese that they provide for you. And I'm going to just take this. Could have used a smaller spoon. I'm going to take this. And I'm going to incorporate it in the dish, in the pan. Just make sure that it's spread out. And I'm popping all the cream cheese all over the place. Okay. Excuse me for reaching over. The spoon works better. I'll try not to hit the bottom and scratch my non-stick. I'm scraping it. Trying to be careful. A little meat fell out the pan. That's good, guys. Look how easy this is. Very easy. And the difficult level says it's easy. The bell peppers are in the oven, roasting. I put it on 15 minutes. And if I see that I need more time, I'll put more time and cook it a little longer. Okay, so that's incorporated really good. Okay, I'll put the cream cheese in. I'm putting the marinara sauce in it. I'm just going to heat it up. For about 30 seconds. 60 seconds. As long as it's heated. Okay, so the bell pepper is roasted and I'm going to put the filling in. And I'm going to make sure each bell pepper have enough filling. Ooh, this is going to be good. Now, I didn't turn the oven off because I'm going to put the mozzarella. Oh, and that's going to just top it off perfectly. I'm going to put the mozzarella in on top of it. On top of it. Let me see. And we're going to put the mozzarella on top of it just until maybe about 10 minutes in the oven, just for the mozzarella to melt. Perfect patience. And you guys, I'm going to tell you, the produce, I have yet to get, let me knock on wood, I have yet to get some produce that's wilted. And you know, you can get wilted, you know, there's nothing wrong with it. Just take the wilted leaves off the lettuce or what have you. But I'm just saying, for me, I've not gotten it. So I'm going to sprinkle on top of each bell pepper mozzarella. Ooh, and it's enough to put a lot on too. And I put it in the bowl for easy cleanup, guys. And put some oil on that so bell pepper won't stick. But this looks so good. Okay. Now we're going to pop it in the oven to melt this cheese. And that's going to be 8 to 10 minutes or until it's melted. Okay, everyone, this is the finished product. I just waited till the cheese was melted, and there you go. You can make this. It's so easy. It took me no time to do it. Roast your bell peppers, make your filling, fill up the bell peppers, put cheese on top of it, and there you go. Easy breezy. So I'm going to, and like I said, it's giving you a lot of this, 3 for one meal and 3 for the other, or feed 2 people. And guys, you can put onion in it. I made it the way the Home Chef said to make it, but you can add mushroom to this, sliced mushroom. You can add some onion, a little garlic if you want. Guys, put some extra little stuff in there if you want to. Again, this is the cheesy Italian sausage stuffed pizza peppers with
marinara and mozzarella cheese. So that's it. That's it. I'm gonna let it cool off because cheese will tear your mouth up if you eat it hot. So I'm gonna let it cool off a little bit, and then I'm gonna eat. You can put a side with it, if you want. You can roast some potatoes or whatever and put it on the side, or just as is. Uh, so I shut up. Well, then you guys be safe, and I will see you next time. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. This is Marilyn Gale. Listen, guys, today I am making fried green tomatoes. I have my green tomatoes. They're sliced about 1/4 of an inch. You can have them a little bit thinner if you want, but I sliced them like this thin. Okay. And what I did is I put some kosher salt and I sprinkled them to draw the moisture out. I'm going to let the tomatoes sit for about an hour. I have about 45 minutes to go. And I have a wash that I'm going to put on them. I put a couple of eggs and about 4 or 5 tablespoons of milk. Okay, guys, and I have about a cup of flour, and I just sprinkled garlic powder, onion powder, and I put a little bit different of what a lot of people. I put this Creole seasoning. Okay. Come on. Come on. There we go. I put this Creole seasoning in there in the flour, and then a lot of people use cornmeal. Sometimes I use cornmeal, but this is breadcrumbs, and it has salt in it, so I didn't add anything to the what is it? The breadcrumbs. I'm sorry. So I'm going to wait a little bit more. I'm going to heat the oil up. A lot of times I will use Smart Balance instead of oil. People can use butter, but I'm going to fry it up in canola oil today. Okay, guys, and I fried a couple of pieces of chicken. So I am going to have the wing and the back. I like the back. A lot of people don't, but I like the back. Believe it or not, the part of the chicken that I like the least is chicken feet. And I have a video on my other channel, Eat with Marilyn Gale, where I cook chicken feet. And surprisingly, the breast. And if I do have breast, I like to cut most of the meat off and just cook it closer to the bone. And I give the other part I put it in the air fryer, and I give it to my dogs as a treat. No seasoning, of course, for the dogs. So we still have some time to a little less than 40 minutes to have the water being drawn out of the fried green tomato. Okay, guys, look how much moisture was in that. The paper towels are soaking wet. So I'm just going to get that water off. Okay. I first am going to drench the tomato in the flour, making sure the sides are covered. I'm going to dredge it in the
egg white, egg yolks. Then I'm going to, these are the breadcrumbs. You can get Italian breadcrumbs. You can get plain, whatever you want. But make sure the sides are okay. Pick them up as close to the rim, or pick them up on the sides so you won't disturb the breading. So I'm going to do all of them that way. I'm going to put it in the flour. And usually I forgot, but I try to put the one hand for the dry ingredients and the other hand for the wet ingredients so it won't be so messy. Okay, and now for the egg yolk. And then for the breadcrumbs. Okay, I messed up on my hand. That's why my hand's getting messy. And I'm going to put the finished ones on paper towel. So I'm going to go through all this and I'll be right back. Okay, guys, and there you have it. I have them breaded. I dipped it in the flour first, then the egg wash, and then the breadcrumbs. And the little piece that you see, those that was around the stem, and I just cut the stem out and the end, the end pieces, and I'm using every bit of this tomato. So I'm heating up my oil right now. So let's see. I'm heating up my oil right now, if you can see. And then I'm going to let them cook until they're golden brown. Okay, guys, this is the first batch. I had 2 small tomatoes, one the size of a base softball, and then the other one just a wee bit smaller. So this is it. I didn't put them directly on the paper towel. I put the paper towel under this grill. What do you call it? I forget. But anyway, because if you put it on paper towel, it takes away the oil. However, it's not as crisp. So if you put it on this, oh gosh, what is the name of this? Anyway, not important. You see what it is. But anyway, see how that's golden brown. So the other batch is cooking. And then I will plate it and eat it with my chicken. It's late, but I'm just going to probably eat the wing and a couple of tomatoes. So, and guys, you don't have to use oil. Sometimes I think I mentioned this, but just to reiterate, I may use Smart Balance. Butter is, the trans oil, but I use Smart Balance with a lot of things to substitute for butter. So anyway, I'm going to let the other batch cook and then I'm going to plate it. Okay, guys, I finished cooking them all. And some people like to make a sauce or dipping sauce. I just have ranch dressing. Sometimes I have blue cheese. You can make a mixture of mayonnaise and Worcestershire sauce and hot sauce and, put some spices in it. But I just have ranch. So now I'm just going to taste it. Guys, this is so good. I might have more than 2. It's crunchy on the outside. And the seasoning is just spot on, guys. And And that breadcrumbs instead of that cornmeal. I don't want cornmeal. That breadcrumbs. Cornmeal's good for, sometimes, but sometimes you just want some breadcrumbs. Something it's a little bit lighter. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. But guys, I'm going to watch me a good movie. I'm going to eat chicken. Take me another fried green tomato. You have to try this, guys. It's so easy. And what you put in your flour, just put like what you're going to prepare your flour to fry some chicken. Make that same flour. The egg. Put milk in the egg. Breadcrumbs. I use the plain. You can use the Italian. Guys, this is so, 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 so good. I want you guys to try it. And I'm going to tell you a secret what I did to make it more flavorful. The oil that I fried the chicken in, I just reused it. That gave it a little more flavor. I used to say, instead of frying that chicken and putting that oil away or what have you, I used the same oil, guys. So try it. Don't knock it till you try it, because this is so, so good. So I'm going to leave you guys now. Look at maybe a Christmas movie or whatever. I don't know. Relax. I've been housework all day, and I made a previous video today, and so I'm just a little tired, and I'm just going to eat something. I hot sauced my wings and my back, put a lot of hot sauce in that. I'm going to put that ranch also with my chicken. Sometimes I use a little honey because some people on YouTube put honey on that chicken, and I had not done that. And then I did that one time. I said, that's not bad at all. I put a little honey on chicken, but basically I just put hot sauce on it. So guys, I am going to leave you with this fabulous, fabulous meal or snack or what have you. And I will see you next time. Thank you for joining me, and have a great weekend and the rest of the week. Enjoy your weekend. Have some fun. And I'll be back with another video. I don't know. Probably part 2 of Sisters. Tyler Perry's Sister, episode 7, part 2. So until then, I bid you good night, guys. Have a good one. Okay, guys, today I'm making the creamy corn and tomato shrimp linguine with Parmesan cheese. And before I start, let me just remind anyone that if you have not subscribed to my channel, I invite you to do that now and to click that notification bell. Okay, so I have the water coming to a boil for my linguine. And I'm going to cut these cherry tomatoes. Well, I think they're great tomatoes. Just cut them in half. Okay, now these are the tomatoes, and what I did is I rinsed them off and patted them dry, and then I cut them in half. Now I'm going to mince, and this all comes in a pack. And let me just remind everyone. Let me just shift this. Let me just remind everyone, I got this from Home Chef. This is another Home Chef meal. And I am not being sponsored by this, so I'm not getting any kind of compensation. I buy these meals with my own money. Okay, now, this is the 2 cloves of garlic. And what I'm going to do is mince the garlic. Okay, guys, and now this is the garlic on the side of the tomatoes. I mince those, and I
I rinsed it and patted it dry, and then I minced them.
Okay, guys. So what I did is I rinsed my shrimp and patted it dry, and I put a pinch of salt and a pinch of pepper. And I'm gonna let this cook 2 to 3 minutes undisturbed. I'm gonna flip them over and cook it another 1 to 2 minutes on the other side. I want to make sure it's an even layer first. So I'll let that cook, and my water is almost to a boil, and I'm just going to put the linguine in and let that cook about 11 minutes if you want it al dente. I always cook mine a little bit more because I prefer my noodles, my pastas well done. I really don't like al dente. That's my personal taste. So if you like them al dente, I would check it is about 8-9 minutes, and then just gauge it 1 or 2 minutes long if you want it cooked better. Okay, guys, I'm gonna let this cook about a minute longer. And I forgot to tell you, I put a tablespoon of I put canola because I ran out of olive oil, but my preference is olive oil. And you see the little coating at the bottom? Don't worry about that. When we make the sauce, we're going to lift that up, and it's going to make the sauce even more flavorful. Guys, and one thing I just want to make sure, have the shrimp cook on a medium high. I'm going to take the shrimp out now. I'm going to plate it, and then I'm going to put the garlic and the tomatoes into that skillet. And, and I forgot to tell you, I have corn. It comes with, I'm glad it was covered. The oil was used without corn. Okay, and this is the corn. So I'm going to put it in the shrimp in a plate. I'm going to mix the garlic, tomato, and corn, and put another tablespoon of oil. Okay, so I plated the shrimp, just put it to the side. And I'm going to put the tomatoes in and the minced garlic. And I'm going to put the whole carton, the whole little container of corn that came with it. Like I said, guys, this is for 2. So I invited a friend who she works nights, and so she won't have to cook. I told her to stop by. She doesn't work far from where I live, so I invited her to, before she goes home in the morning, just come after work when she get off in the morning and pick her up, and I'm going to give her the second meal so she won't have to cook. I'm a good friend. And then I'm just going to put a pinch of salt and pepper in this mixture. Now, I'm going to put the shrimp back in. Actually, I'm going to cook this for another couple of minutes. And I'm going to put it in the plate. I'm going to take it off the heat, and I'm going to put it in the plate and combine it with the shrimp. And I'll show you. Okay, so I put everything back in the skillet, and I'm going to put this light cream, 4 ounces, and they give you the light cream Home Chef does. And I'm going to pour it in, and I'm going to bring that to a boil. It's going to thicken up, in about 2-3 minutes. Okay. My pasta's still cooking because it's not the consistency that I wanted. Like I said, don't give me any al dente. I like mine not mushy, but with a soft consistency. Okay. And that stuff at the bottom, incorporate with the shrimp cook. Oh, that's the flavor. That's the good. You can use your own shrimp if you want to. Get some bigger shrimp, but I didn't. I'm saving my shrimp for something else. I got me some beloved sauce. I make the sauce, but I just want to see if hers is better. I'm going to try it again to make it without buying the sauce because she has a video where she teaches you how to do the sauce. But, for those of us who just curious about how it tastes, and those who, don't want to spend the money, I'm sure she don't mind, but most of us, it's like, no, I wanna taste hers. Okay, guys, I'm gonna let that pasta cook more, but here is some powdered ranch seasoning. I'm gonna put the pasta in with that shrimp and the garlic and tomatoes and cream and all that. I'm gonna put the pasta in first, and then I'm gonna sprinkle this in. I'm gonna sprinkle some Parmesan, half in the Parmesan, and then half I'm going to save for the garnish when I plate it and eat it. But let me just remind you guys, when you're boiling your pasta, save a half a cup of the pasta, the water that the pasta was boiling in, and we're going to put that in with the shrimp. Let me double check and see if that's a half a cup or a cup. Actually, guys, it's a fourth of a cup of the pasta water. A fourth of a cup. I didn't think that sounds right. Okay, guys, I drained my pasta, my linguine. And as you remember, I kept a fourth of a cup of the water from the pasta. So I put the pasta in. Okay, and now I'm going to put the ranch seasoning. I'm going to put all that in. Or you can just put a little bit at a time and taste it and see how you like it. But I put all of it in. And now I'm going to put the half of the Parmesan, and I'm going to save the other half for the garnish. Now, I'm not going to put that much Parmesan. I'm just going to put maybe about 3 tablespoons or 2 tablespoons. Do it to your own taste. Then I'm going to put the pasta water. And remember, there's no heat on this skillet right now. And then I'm just going to incorporate all this together. Just kind of mix it up. The corn and the shrimp and the minced garlic and the tomatoes. Ooh, 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 ooh. And if you want to leave it on the heat, a low heat, which I'm going to do right now, if you want to leave it on a low heat, as long as the sauce thickens up, it look like it thinned out a little bit, but that's okay. And as long as you're not burning anything, you don't want to overcook it. I just put it on a low heat because I want to thicken it up, let it thicken up and stay thickened. And then we're ready to plate it. Gosh, some corn's a lot. And guys, with it you can have some garlic bread. You can have a salad on the side. But look at that, guys. Look at that. I put it up higher so I can cut it off in the heat. It takes time to go down, so that'll be exactly. Like I said, do it to taste as far as that Parmesan. I didn't want a lot. Now, I am going to plate it up and taste it and make sure that I leave. Well, it's for two, and they give you good portions. That's a good portion for two. And, you know, with this meal, I won't be a greedy gut. And my friend is not a greedy gut. So she's about the same way I do. We just went yesterday to the casino. She wanted to celebrate her birthday. Her birthday was the Friday after Thanksgiving. And, you know, she wanted to go there. So we went to eat at the restaurant. And, you know, usually I experiment with different things, but I wasn't in the experimenting mood because I was so hungry. By the time we got there, we probably got there about 8:30, 8:45. So I know it was a heavy meal, but I had a barbecue bourbon hamburger. It was good. It was big too. And also with their fries. The fries are always perfect, you know, and they give you the fries. Let's see. They give you the fries in a metal container, and then they put the parchment paper like a cone. Okay, I'm gonna leave her a lot of shrimp, but heck, that's gonna be good for her. She gonna eat good off of that. Okay, that's good for me, and that's good for her. She got plenty of shrimp. So, yeah, I'm gonna taste it. I'm gonna just sprinkle. I'm gonna sprinkle a little Parmesan. Let's see, am I good? A little Parmesan. And guys, forgive my nails if you saw them. I need a manicure. Well, I do it myself. A manicure and a pedicure, and I do it myself. You can go on YouTube, and you know they have plenty of people showing you how. But let me just taste it. Guys. That is so good. You gotta try it, guys. You have to. So I'm gonna finish this up. It's like 6:30. I got
a recap of Tyler Perry Sisters, but I got so many things I want to do, so it's a little late. But I'm gonna go enjoy myself and type out my notes and try to kick that out tonight. I'll put this on tonight or tomorrow. But guys, try this recipe. Oh, and if you can get those big shrimp, those jumbo or colossal shrimp, make sure you can put more tomatoes in. You can put more garlic in if you want. But that one clove for 2 servings, I think that's good. But guys, this is so good. I'm not gonna slap nobody today. It's that good though. But anyway, people told me don't slap my dogs. So I'm going to end this now. Don't forget, guys, to subscribe and click that notification bell. Give me a like. You can share it. You can send it to your email if well, everybody have YouTube, so you can, if you don't send it to your email to remind yourself, or just, search it, go on my channel. Being Marilyn Gill. I'm gonna put this on my main channel, so because I think a lot of people would like this. So again, I'm gonna bid you a good night. Thank you for joining me, and have a great rest of the week. Good night.
Okay, thank you for joining me, guys. This is Marilyn Gale, and today I'm going to cook the last of the 3-part series from Home Chef, and this is a picture of the creamy tomato skillet lasagna with zucchini and parmesan. So what I did is, it was a zucchini which came, and I cut the zucchini lengthwise, and I cut it like this, and that's going to go into the skillet lasagna. I'm going to cut this onion. The onion came with it, the red onion, and they picked the perfect size of the zucchini and the onion. Okay, they give you 2 zucchini, so I'm going to cut this one up also. So it calls for 2. It calls for some minced garlic. Here's the garlic. It calls for tomato sauce. Here's the tomato sauce. I see, guys, it gives you everything in the perfect proportions. Gives you the baby spinach in a bag. I'm just going to rinse that and pat it dry. It even gives you the bread that we're going to cut in half, and we're going to save some of the garlic for the bread. We're going to toast the bread with some olive oil, and I did buy some olive oil. And last without least, it gives you the Parmesan in a bag. So it comes with everything. So I'm going to chop everything up, and then I'll be right back. Okay, one more thing. The lasagna noodles, it came with a pack of noodles, and I was supposed to break each stalk or stick, whatever you call it, each piece of lasagna, and break them up like this. They don't have to be even. My water is boiling, and I'm going to cook that for about 10 minutes. I'll put it in my boiling water. Also, you guys, the cream that's in the recipe, it even gives you this cream, light cream. Also, it comes, you can pick options to add things, chicken or shrimp or ground beef. It gives you the ground beef. And this is all natural vegetarian fed, no antibiotics, no added hormones, nor preservatives. And yes, guys, it even comes with the mozzarella that after we put everything together, We're going to put the mozzarella on top of it, and we're going to put it in the stove. So I'm going to preheat my oven to 400 degrees to get it ready. My noodles are boiling. My skillet is ready, and that's the same skillet that I'm going to use to pop in the oven, my cast iron skillet. Okay, guys, I put my hamburger in the skillet. Now, this is an option. It does not come with the hamburger, so this can be a very good vegetarian meal. Um, well, it does have cheese in it, so that almost vegetarian. Let's put it that way. I'm going to put a pinch of salt on it while it's cooking, and a pinch of pepper. And we're going to cook that until all the red is gone. You guys know how to cook hamburger. We're going to just let that cook. My pasta is boiling. I let it boil a little bit more because the recipe calls for al dente, and I don't like my noodles al dente. So I will let that cook, and I'll start putting everything together and sauteing certain things. After that hamburger cook, I'm going to take it out of the pan. We're going to use the same pan for everything, to cook everything in. And we're going to use that same, skillet to put in the oven. And that's why, again, I chose the cast iron skillet. Okay, my ground beef is cooking very, very good. Almost all of the red is gone. My pasta is still on, and I'm kind of tasting the noodles to see how, if it's al dente, how I like them perfectly. So you do the same. If you like al dente, it's going to go in the oven, but it's not going to be in the oven very long, maybe about 10 minutes or so. I'll let you know for sure. And that's basically to brown the cheese, to melt the cheese. So it's not going to cook it very much. Now, what I will do when I take the noodles, rinse them with cold water to stop the cooking, because if I don't, it's going to cook a little bit more. Maybe it can be a little bit too mushy. But when I take those noodles and drain them out, making sure to keep a fourth cup of that boiling water that I had the noodles in. I'm going to remember to do that this time. But anyway, we're going to just rinse it with cold water, and we'll continue to saute things. Okay, guys, I'm going to eyeball it and put 2 teaspoons of olive oil. That should be it. Okay, I am going to put my onion and my zucchini in the pan. I didn't clean it, wipe it down or anything. I added a couple of teaspoons of olive oil. So I'm going to put my zucchini. Oops, let me go on this side. We're going to put it says medium high. You know how to gauge your stove top. And my onion. And we're going to let that cook for, let me double check. I think I said 3 to 5 minutes. Right. I'm gonna let this cook for 3 to 5 minutes. I rinsed my noodles out. I rinsed it with cold water to stop the cooking. I set aside my 4 cups of the juice that was boiling. Had the noodles in it. And we're gonna let that cook. Okay, we're going to stir often. Let me get on the other side so my hands won't be in the way. And guys, I got it basically on the skillet because that's where, when I cook, that's where the action is. And I got my camera on a tripod. So it's like I thought about having it, holding my camera, but that would be too much. And I have automatic focus, but sometimes it messes up. And so bear with me, guys. I'd rather you guys look at the skillet instead of being all around and me have to refocus and refocus. The camera has to refocus. So, this is best that I put it on that tripod. We're stirring it, kind of, putting everything together, mixing that onion very good with the zucchini. I showed you the zucchini, but I did, when I sliced it lengthwise, the whole zucchini, and I cut and I diced them. So that's why it's looking the pieces are looking smaller. So we're going to continue to let that cook. I probably got a couple of minutes to go. And then we'll just put it, just put everything together. Okay, guys, that's about 5 minutes. I really want that to cook a little bit longer. Next, I'm going to put the, let me just let that cook a little bit more. See how it's good? Looking good, guys? But if you could just smell it, it smells so good with those onions and zucchini. Oh, it smells delicious. Okay, so now I'm going to put the spinach in. Oops. And we're basically going to cook that until the spinach wilts. It'll go down a lot. Just put all of that. Now you know how this is going to taste. You already know this is going to taste wonderful. I'm going to eat this for dinner tonight, and I'm going to have it for dinner tomorrow. Put that little pepper over that. Well, I like more pepper. Okay. You're going to stir that around. And guys, I did notice that on my videos, the volume was down, so I turned my microphone around towards me. So maybe that'll pick it up better. Usually my sound is so good. See how quickly that wilted? Doesn't take long. Doesn't take long at all. Okay, my broccoli and my zucchini is browning very well. Okay, so now I'm going to put this aside. I'm going to plate it, but I'm going to use this skillet. Okay, now I put the vegetables aside in a plate. Now I'm going to make the sauce. Like I said, here's the marinara sauce. I'm just going to put this in the skillet. And Then I'm going to add the cream. Open this up. Like I said, guys, it all came. You see, it has Home Chef. Uh-oh, where'd it go? It has Home Chef, so this all came. I'm going to pour that cream in there and stir that around as I pour it. Okay. I'm going to put that reserved water that I remember from the pasta, and that was a 4 cup. Then I'm going to put half of the garlic that I minced, and I'm going to save half for the garlic bread. And I don't usually make my garlic bread. I use garlic powder and butter, but I'm going to go with this. So I'm going to reserve that for the French bread. I'm going to put a half a teaspoon of salt. And I'm going to put a pinch of pepper. Stir that. Shh, quiet. Gizmo. Gizmo. Be quiet. This is going to be ready in about a minute. Excuse me, guys. I'm going to take this off the heat, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm going to stir in the noodles. Remember, I took it off the heat. I'm going to stir in the noodles. I want to make sure all those noodles has that sauce on it. Doesn't seem to be very much sauce. I guess we don't want watery lasagna. So I guess that's fine. Okay. Okay. And then we're going to a little bit of tomato. Then we're going to turn off that stove. We're going to put those vegetables in there, that zucchini, that onion. Oh, God, it smells so good, guys. We're going to put that in there. We're just going to stir that around so we'll have everything evened out. Hold on, guys. I got something else. Gonna put, look at that. We're gonna put the mozzarella. Oh, this could actually last me for 3 meals. I don't know, because it comes with bread too. So we're gonna distribute that evenly and stir that. Don't you wanna have some? You know you do. Put Look at this, guys. I'm going to do that. Now, I'm going to put that hamburger chicken will do. I think it even said shrimp. And guys, the hamburger, like I said, did not come. That was an option. So I tell you what, the hamburgers. But see, this is you know, this is special. This is not all those additives and hormones. So if I was you guys, I'd go on with this hamburger unless you don't care what goes in your body. I shouldn't say it like that, but you guys know what I mean. Okay, and then we're gonna top it off. Doesn't that look good? Look at that spinach and that zucchini in there. This is a lot, guys. This is a lot. Hey, Ty, I know you're watching. This could be an excellent meal for your family. Now, we're going to put the lasagna. Let me taste this. The perfect amount of seasoning, guys. Let me clear my hand. I'm just going to top it. I'm going to try to do it evenly because it's going in the oven. I got that oven set at 400. After it come out the oven, it's got to rest. And I'll tell you for how long it's going to rest. And then that'll give me time to spread some olive oil and put the rest of that garlic on that toast. And it comes with the toast. Ooh. Shoot, I could stand for, I like plenty of mozzarella. That's good. So now, I am going to place this in the oven for 10 to 12 minutes or until that mozzarella is bubbly and lightly brown. And then I'll let it rest for 5 minutes. Okay, guys. I'm going to put a little olive oil. I'm going to put the rest of that garlic. I would use I ran out of onion. I ran out of spices really fast. I would use garlic powder, but all I have is garlic salt. But because I'm not used to eating just, garlic on the top of that. I should have minced it a little bit finer than that, but that's okay. But anyway, guys, I'm going to pop that in the oven. And after the lasagna is out, when it's resting, I'm going to pop that in the oven. And I will return. Be quiet, guys. That's my dogs in their cage. I'm going to do that, and then I'll be back, and I'll taste it. Okay, guys, I'm letting this rest, but this is the skillet, the lasagna, zucchini, spinach, hamburger, zucchini noodles, onion, garlic. What else did I put in there? Cream, light cream, which was included. I'm letting that rest. The bread is in the oven. I'm going to plate it. And like I say, you could even leave your chicken breast whole, or you can cut it up, and and everybody gets their own chicken breast, and make it the same. Put it all together. Um, it did say you can put shrimp. I put the ground beef. Skinless chicken would make it very healthy. Um, so you can customize it. And guys, I love cucumbers, so I'm going to cut up me some cucumbers, and you can make an entire salad. It doesn't come with the meal, but this can actually feed 3 people, especially if you have a child that don't eat a lot, But this is fantastic. Like I said, I know Ty Cox, you and Chris. Show Chris this. He will love it. In fact, all the meals you guys will love. Okay, Guy, I plated it. My bread is a little bit more toastier than I like it. I made a little cucumber with sprinkled some ranch dressing. Let me taste it now. I'm holding my camera, so forgive me. Look at that. Look at that. That's good, guys. So there you go. That is delicious. And this will end the 3-part series with my skillet lasagna. And periodically I'll come back with some more recipes, but basically they'll be on my food channel, Eating with Marilyn Gale. Everyone have a good evening, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell for both channels. Thank you, and have a good evening. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining today. This is Marilyn Gale. Guys, I decided to try this meal delivery program called Home Chef, and no, they're not sponsoring this. Maybe in the future, but they're not sponsoring it right now. It comes in the box with dry ice, and is sectioned off, and the meat is vacuum packed, and all the meats are together in a bigger bag, and then the vegetable in each meal comes into this pack. And also they have these little sheets with the direction. Today I'm going to be making the shrimp lo mein noodle bowl. And the reason why I chose that dinner, which I got 3 dinners in the box, I chose that because shrimp, they recommend that you cook it in within 3 days. So I just received the box today, and I'm gonna get that out of the way. I ordered 3 days. Each meal is 2 servings. So actually, the 3 days will last 6 days. Also, if you don't like what they send you weekly, before they ship it, or right when you see what's on their calendar, you can switch it out. You can suspend the account. I suspended like 3 accounts. I just want to try it right now. But anyway, that is what it's supposed to look like, the finished project. And then on the back is the actual, can you see that? Actual directions step by step. So for this particular meal, it comes with bok choy. So you rinse it and pat it dry. A lime. It comes with the onions. And it comes with, let's see. And these are the, it comes with the green onions, the carrots, the edamame, I never can say that, soybeans, y'all. It comes with the garlic. It comes with the satay sauce. I'm only going to put a little bit of this. It comes with the noodles, and it comes with the peanuts. So the first step I'm going to do, and I'll just go over the step, and then instead of you watching me chop everything, I'll just go over the steps and then show you after each step what I've done. So I prepare the ingredients. I half the lime lengthwise and cut one half into wedges and juice the other half. I trim and thinly slice the green onions, keeping the white and the green portions separate. I remove any discolored outer leaves from the bok choy and trim the edges, and cut the stems into a fourth slice and coarsely chop the leaves. And I keep the stems and leaves separate. I coarsely chop the peanuts. I mince the garlic. I pat the shrimp dry and season with a pinch of salt and pepper. And if you substituted the shrimp for chicken, they go over what you should do. Whatever you substituted for, they'll show you how to do that part of it. Most of the time, I was told that everything comes in the packet except for olive oil, which this called for olive oil, but it didn't have olive oil, so I'm going to improvise. Whew, power of the tongue. I'm going to improvise and put canola. That's all I have right now. Salt and pepper. Now I did notice with the salmon, they did put the butter in there, so that's good. So I'll chop everything up and I will show you in the next step. Okay, guys, I'm back. And I know this is backwards, the wording, and I pushed something on my camera and it went that way because usually when I do words, they come out correct, but you already know that says home chef. So what I did is I chopped the bok choy and I kept the leaves separate from the stalk, and it all looks like this. I coarsely chopped the peanuts. Here I rinsed and patted down the edamame. Here I rinsed off the carrots and patted them dry, and the onion, the green onions, I separated here, some over here. Let's see. Here they are right here, and from the oniony part, and chopped garlic. I juiced a half of the lime, and they include the lime. And it's supposed to come to a couple of teaspoons, but whatever it is, that's what it is. And I sliced the other lime the way it says. And what I did is I did a pat dry on the shrimp, and there's a lot of shrimp. So, with all this, guys, I think it's going to be a good portion for 2 portions. So what I'll do is I'll have it today and I'll have it tomorrow, because like I said, I don't like to keep shrimp long. But instead of using regular salt, I use this Creole salt. After I bat, I do what I want to. But anyway, my water is boiling for the noodles. Um, I did mention that they give you the sheets, but they also give you a folder to put it in. So who's to say? After you see what you need and you make whatever variations like I did, and keep it in the cookbook and just try something else and see if I like the way I do it, and it might be cheaper because I think this comes to like $9 and something a serving. So anyway, it might just be cheaper to go on and get it this way instead of buying each individual. It depends also the size of the shrimp. I like them big old shrimp, colossal. These are probably medium, but anyway, I'll make it do. But I like to buy the colossal because when I eat shrimp, I want the shrimp. I know I like large shrimp, which is an oxymoron, but I like large shrimp. So anyway, the next step is cook the noodles. Once the water is boiling, I add the noodles and then I cook for 4 or 5 minutes. I reserve a half a cup of the noodle cooking water, and then I drain it into a colander and set aside. While the noodles cook, I cook the shrimp. So the way I read over the ingredients and the directions, because you're going to end up, the reason why they want you to reserve some of the water from the noodles, boiling the noodles, is because you're going to put some of that water in while it's stir frying. You're going to put some of that water, and so there you go. So what I'm going to do, I'm waiting for the water to boil, and I will take a little break and get everything together and show you step by step the next step. Okay, so the shrimp is cooking right now. I've got the noodles. They're gonna cook. When the water starts boiling, you put the noodles in there, and you're gonna cook them 45 minutes. This is gonna only take a little bit. Shrimp does not take long at all. Little peek on it, and the good thing about it, they do the deveining. They clean them. They take the tail off, and that shell type deal. They prepare it perfectly. The only thing that they don't do is season them, of course, because you're going to use your own salt and pepper. I did use my pepper, and but I did put the Creole seasoning in it. So that's going to be I think, a better spin. Right now, I'm just stirring the noodles. Okay, they should be pink. Like I said, it doesn't take long for shrimp to cook. And like I said, it was calling for olive oil, and that should have been, I think that would have been better, but I didn't have it, so there you go. My timer just went off for my noodles, because those noodles should not take long at all. They're thin noodles, the lo mein noodles. Okay, so let me hurry up, because I don't want them mushy. Okay, now we're gonna cook them on the other side. Touch these noodles. And usually I put a little oil in the water, but I didn't put any oil in this water because they don't look like they're sticking. So let me taste one. I don't like it al dente, so I'm gonna let them cook for a little longer. I think olive oil would have been better. Oh well. So what I'm going to do is drain my noodles, take my shrimp out, and then start my stir fry part of it. So we're going to take a pause. Okay, now we're going to add the bok choy stems and the carrots. Now, this little part right here, this little brown part, hey, I'm going to leave that on there because that was that seasoning that shrimp, was in. So, hey, I'm good. I'm good. It ain't dirty. It's just that seasoning stuff. This is a cast iron skillet. And, shouldn't put that so close to the here. And, so it's good. It's good. It's not burnt. It's good. And I put a couple of teaspoons of, oil. It would have been olive oil, but that's okay. And I'm going to put the carrot. And you guys, I have another channel. First, I'm going to put this on my channel where I kind of just tell all kind of things, entertainment news, what's going on, just a lot of things. And then I have a eating channel, which I'm going to incorporate more cooking and eating. So this will go on my regular channel, but then I'm going to also put it on my eating channel and cooking channel. And you guys, check it out. I haven't been on long. I haven't paid as much attention to that channel as this channel, my main channel. But I'm going to start doing that more often. But to catch up, I got about 15 or 16, I think, videos. So you guys catch up. Okay, so we got that cooking really good. We're going to cook that for 45 minutes. Let me take that on for a minute. And I want mine a little crunchy. And then we're going to add the white portion after that cooks for a little bit. Oops. The white portion of the onion. So I got that separated. And the garlic and the bok choy leaves. So while that's cooking, I'm just kind of separating it. It's going to be a little char on it. That's fine. And you know what, guys? This is an electric stove. I can stand electric stoves. I'm going to, not in the too far future, I'm going to remodel my kitchen. I don't like my kitchen. I don't like electric stoves. I like to regulate the heat more with the gas. So, to me, I don't know. When you turn the gas heat off, the heat stops. You turn the electric off, and as it's simmering down, it's still hot. It's still
I mean, the little things, the little, what do you call it? Prongs or whatever. They're going to be hot, but the whole doggone surface of the electric stove is hot. Okay, we got another like minute and a half. We're going to let that cook. And then we're going to add the white portions of the green onion, the garlic, what is it? The white portion of the green onions, the garlic, the edamame, and the bok choy leaves. I'm going to put that in, and that's only going to take like a minute or two. Okay, so here's the white portion. I want no peanuts to get in there. And if you're allergic to peanuts, guys, maybe you shouldn't get this, because although they're packaged in plastic separately from everything else, but who knows, when they prepare this, whether it was on the same surface. So I just wouldn't chance it. I'm putting that in a little earlier. Crunchy onion, that's okay. Now, I'm going to put the leaves of the bok choy. Okay. Okay. And that's going to cook for a minute or two. Just stir that in there. Oops, don't want to lose a leaf. Okay. Okay, the edamame. Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to add this in there at the same time. That's okay. All it's going to be is crunchy, because I like edamame raw. So, whatever way it turns out, guys, it turns out. It's not so bad. I mean, some people don't want to cook this much, but this is only, should take maybe 25-30 minutes. So to have a home cooked meal, all of it's portioned out for you, hey, I'm all for it. Okay, just a minute, guys. So I'm gonna put, okay. See, the green part of the green onions, that's gonna be to garnish it with the peanuts. So now what I'm going to do is stir in my shrimp noodles, my satay sauce, and my lime juice, and a 4th cup of the noodle water, which I threw out. Ain't that nothing? I forgot and threw it all out. That's all right. Oh, I think I got some left with the noodles, so that's fine. And I'm going to put, this is the lime juice, whatever that is. This is the satay. I think that's how you pronounce it. Satay, whatever. This sauce right here, right here. Okay. And then
some of the noodles. Uh-oh, that's not as much as I thought. Well, guys, regular water works for me. It's only a 4 cup. What's that saying? Don't do what I do, do as I say. Don't do what I do, guys. I'm gonna put a 4th cup of water. I know what. Look, this is what you do. I'm just gonna pour that water over the noodles and toss it around and then pour it in there. There you go. It's got the noodle water right there. That's right. That's right. Tell me. I know what I'm doing. Stir it up good until the leaves are wilted. They're on their way. Let me turn this up a little bit more. Okay, I turned it down because the pan was burning. But see all that stuff at the bottom that was there? Oh, I didn't sop that up. Okay. Oh. Guys, I was looking for the shrimp and I put it in the microwave. Like, oh, did I throw that shrimp out? Okay, lime juice. See, but that's okay that I messed up because when you put the noodles in there, it's gonna get the flavor. It's gonna get the flavor of the noodles. Trying to make things difficult. I know what I'm doing. Let me get another something. Oh, guys, this is looking tight. I don't know what the kids say. I say what I want to say, tight, whatever that means. It's looking good. I'm old school. Remember that? I'm old school. That is so good. This is, oh yes, this could feed 2 people. So I'm going to have leftovers for tomorrow. And then next, let me tell you guys what I got next. Next, I got salmon with brown butter, tomato relish. Ooh, you guys stay tuned. I got 3 meals that will make 6 meals. And so I'm going to put the 3 meals. I'll cook it for you. And some of you guys, well, a lot of you guys are smart. You're just looking at what I'm putting in. But, kind of buy the meal at first. It'll take the guesswork out of the portions because everything is just measured. See, and I'm going to cook this for another couple of minutes. What you could do on the side, I'm going to cut up me some cucumbers. Oh, yeah. Let me turn that reel down. Cut up me some cucumbers and hey. And guys, I end up putting that whole tube of sauce in it. So I'm not really, let me see how it tastes. Uh-oh, sorry. Hey, I'm eating it, so what? I used my hand. I'm going to put that down real low and get my plate together. Let me get my plate together and I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I put the peanuts on top.
I put the what else? The green onion, the stem part. I cut up a few cucumbers. There's my lime wedges just to kind of add some more flavor to the shrimp or what have you. I could pour a little bit. I could put just a T90. Yes, I said T90. T90 bit of this Creole seasoning. You know, not too much because I don't want my salt content to be too high. And there you go, guys. I'm going to taste it. And there's plenty for another person, or like myself, I'm going to eat it tomorrow. I won't have to cook. Let me just taste it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Taste it. Pick up one of those shrimp. A little bit of that onion. Heck, I can't put everything on this fork. But anyway, this is the peanut. Oh, guys. Gotta try it again. Put some lime. I'm gonna plate the other and put it in the refrige. Guys, this is delicious. Make you want to slap somebody. So there you go, guys. The company is Home Good. Home Good. I'm tripping. Home Chef. So this is a delicious meal. Oh shoot, I didn't do a thumbnail. Let me kind of put that back in place. Clean that up a little bit. There you go. Like I said, I know what I'm doing. And there you go. Welcome to my cooking segment. I thank you for joining me. Today I'm going to make fried potatoes. In a previous video, I mentioned that when I was younger, we went to my aunt in Flint, Michigan, and we renamed because we had not experienced these potatoes. Oops, let me turn it down. This cooking is too fast. Okay, I'm gonna turn this down to 200. Let it kind of. But what I did is I had cooked some bacon for breakfast, and so I kind of poured the oil, the grease from the bacon, just for flavor. You can use olive oil. Just remember that olive oil burns easily, so you have to really watch it. So first I'm going to put my potatoes. What I did is I cut them in like strips. That. You can cut like a French fry strip. You can cut them any way you want. Just remember that the smaller the potato cut, the quicker it will cook. So I put in my potatoes in there. At the same time, I have some bacon. I just put like a slice and I cut it up. And I'm going to put salt, pepper, onion powder, garlic powder. And then I use onion and garlic powder a whole lot. So I'm just putting the onion powder. You can put it to taste. I don't use a whole lot because I have onions in there. And my garlic powder. I never use onion salt or powder. Well, I rarely use onion or garlic salt. I'm going to start using the Himalayan salt. I heard that was better. I have some sea salt, but I got coarse, so I don't want to use it. So I'm just putting my salt. I always put it in my hand or in another container, so I won't overdo it. Because, you know, I've had times where I dip the salt box too much and all the salt came. So I'm going to cook this a little bit. I'm going to cook this a little bit before I put my bell pepper. I have sliced onion. And I like a lot of that. So here's the bowl. So you see how much I have in there. Peppers and onions are really good for you. Then I'm just going to put like a teaspoon. This is a jalapeno right out of the vegetable section. I didn't want it pickled or anything. It has the consistency, of course, of a bell pepper. And I'm only using a little because, like right here, because last night